I understand that this room is very cold, and at least 5 or 6 of you have complained that the room is very cold. And we have told the hotel that this room is like a refrigerator. So I hope that the temperature will improve soon. Freezer, yes. I think we're still waiting for some participants and speakers to come, but I think we'll proceed. We're very tight on schedule. Good afternoon. My name is Shohei Matsura, and I am a JICA expert in disaster risk reduction, and I'm based at the MJIT UTM in the disaster program. I would like to first welcome all of you, including participants joining online on our Facebook Live and YouTube Live. And welcome to the University Industry Government UIG Partnership for Environmental Resilience and Sustainability workshop. This is a special side event of the Malaysia-Japan Joint International Conference 2022. Today we have guests from Japan and Malaysia and other countries joining us from government, private sector, research institutes, who will make presentations on environmental resilience and sustainability issues, including disaster risk reduction and management. And in addition to the environmental issues, another important discussion we hope to engage, explore on is, as the workshop title itself, how this university industry government partnership can further enhance our individual work in this field. Hopefully we can find hints to find synergies in what we do in this area. In the pre-UIG session from 12 p.m., we already had 2 Japanese companies present on their efforts in disaster risk reduction and management. And I hope that those sessions were useful. You found it useful. And although our time this afternoon is quite limited, I hope that we can get the most out of sharing our experiences and expertise and discuss the way forward to possibly work together through new partnerships. I think without further ado, I would like to start with the opening session. And I would like to invite Professor Ali Salamat, Dean of MJIT UTM, to give us the welcoming remarks. Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Matsura, for your kind welcome. And of course, with our distinguished guests, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Engineer Sabri Abdul Muluk, the Deputy Director General, DID Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, guests, and participants from universities, research institute, private companies, and government in Malaysia, Japan, and beyond. And good afternoon, selamat petang, and konnichiwa. And to our guests from Japan, Egypt, and other countries near and far, welcome to Kuala Lumpur. And of course, as the Dean of MJIT, Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, UTM, I would like to heartily welcome all and thank you for all attending the workshop on University Industry Government UIG Partnership for Environmental Resilience and Sustainability. And this is a special side event of the Malaysia-Japan Joint International Conference 2022. So we are proudly organizing this side event, despite I think for the past 2.5 years, we are not be able to see face-to-face. And all the time we are having this either hybrid or fully online. And of course, throughout the years of pioneering Japanese style of engineering education in Malaysia, and of course, with kind of research that we established at MJIT, and we also considering our pillars from the partnership with industries that is utmost importance. And of course, this is to what we call as a kind of guidelines that we plan and work together, and the objectives and the values of our industrial partners very important. And of course, they are having a different kind of experience from the academician point of view. And of course, it will help in what we call as collaborating and anticipating the future's challenges that coming ahead. And of course, we have to work together to become more innovative and creative. And of course, to make impact to the societal needs. Yeah. And of course, our partnerships with the government is equally important. And in particular in the field of our environmental resilience and sustainability, including disaster risk reduction, because new technologies and methodologies from our research can be utilized to strengthen our collaboration towards national policies and standards. And of course, this allowing us to continue the development of the contribution to the society. And it is therefore MGIT, we actually encouraging our staff, our students, our partners to pursue the kind of what we call a Sangaku Renke, a kind of industries, universities, and societies collaboration. And the synergy will produce from different kind of stakeholders. And of course, this is a kind of win-win situation that we creating together, and not only to improve our work, but also to contribute to our society and our beloved country. And approaching this upcoming monsoon season, so there's very challenges in Malaysia in particular. Some of us are reflecting back to the historical flooding that happened last year in 2021 that affected 6 states in Peninsular Malaysia and causing at least 54 deaths and affecting more than 125,000 people. So that's kind of scenarios that we're facing, and we are near to the kind of election as well. So there will be a lot of people on the ground. So these are the things that hot topic for us to really plan and anticipate together. And of course, from such experience, many people realize that disaster events can occur and at any time. And of course, this is merely a kind of natural phenomenon. And of course, it's a complex coordination need to be established together within different kind of stakeholders. And of course, for example, that we have this COVID-19 pandemic bring new norms, but we are moving out from COVID-19 pandemic. But of course, other effects may coming in. And of course, for the past 2 years, those things have changed the way we work and the way we prepared for the crisis. And of course, natural as it will always coming together. But well, I think like Malaysia, people say that Malaysia is kind of a safe place because of the kind of we are in the middle. We have Sumatra at the other side and Philippines at the other side to protect us from the typhoon. But again, we still need to prepare ourselves from these kind of challenges. And of course, in the global agenda, Sendai framework, for the disaster risk reduction 2015-2030, has been important elements that being shared across the government in many sectors. And of course, the private sectors, and of course, the science and technologies compliance. And we need to also to make a responsibility to contribute to the societies to be what you call resilient from the disasters. And of course, these are very important elements that we have to look at. And then in this kind of event that we are organizing today on the University Industries Government Partnership, for the environmental resilience and sustainability, that our main focus is to discuss the issues related to on water resource management. And of course, we also look for the knowledge policy action. So how to steer the knowledge, and of course, from the policy point of views, and of course, the nexus for the disaster resilience, and of course, the environmental sustainability. And today we have the pleasure of observing this kind of prominent speakers from the government, from the industries, from the research institute, and of course also from MGIT. And firstly, I would like to thank the Department of Irrigation and Drainage Malaysia and Institute of Geospatial and Remote Sensing Malaysia for sharing their experiences in Malaysia. And I would like to also thank the Malaysia in Japan University Consortium in particular, and our partners is Sibaura Institute of Technology and National Research Institute of Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, NIED, whom we wish to continue collaborating in our education and research activities. Yeah, and my deepest gratitude to our Japanese industrial partners. Yeah, IHI. Yeah, Nippon Koei. Yeah, Nishimbo, Singapore, and Kajima Corporation for not only attending this workshop, but also sponsoring MJJIC 2022. Yeah, and thank you very much for this kind support. Yeah, to us, and we look forward eagerly on continuing of the long-term collaboration with all of you. Yeah. And last but not least, I'm delighted to see all the participants that are here today. And I think it's like we are becoming normal again. Yeah, we can communicate and have some engagement, exchange the ideas and things together. And I sincerely hope that today's workshop will be interesting and worthwhile to all of you. Yeah, and please do not do expect us to organize more of this workshop in the near future. And we aim to again address key issues in our societies and discuss with all of you. With various stakeholders from different sectors in Malaysia, Japan, and ASEAN countries. We will create more opportunities and collaboration in education and research and others activities. And again, I wish you all a fruitful workshop and of course, a very good afternoon. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ali Salamat. Indeed, it's been so long since we've come face to face and organize this kind of workshop. And I hope that, as you said, we could engage on discussions for some concrete actions for a good partnership. Following the welcoming remarks, I would like to invite Dato Engineer Sabri bin Abdul Muluk, Deputy Director General of Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Malaysia, to provide his opening remarks for the workshop. Dato.
Okay, thank you, my good friend, Dr. Masura. We always together when talk about DRR. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, salam sejahtera and konnichiwa. So, Professor Technologist Dr. Ali bin Samad from UTM dan representative from HI Corporation. Don't forget our appointment tomorrow. Then my friend from Nippon Koei, Kajima Corporation, Nishimbo Holdings, which come all the way from Japan, and Dr. Naoki Sakai, the National Institute of Science and Resilience, or NIED, and then Professor Surveyor, Technologist Dr. Abdul Rashid bin Muhammad. I believe he's not coming. Then distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, let us extend our sincere gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Indeed, it's a great honor and privilege to me to attend this UIG session in the capacity as the co-organizer of Malaysia-Japan Joint International Conference 2020. On behalf of the government of Malaysia, I wish to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants from Japan to Kuala Lumpur. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for giving your support and commitment in this conference, a university industry government partnership for environmental resilience and sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, the SDG or the Sustainable Development Goal has a good cause when it tries to eradicate poverty and hunger. However, how can we achieve it if the flood run our crops and destroy people's livelihood? Children cannot get quality education if their schools are flooded and run. People are also subjected to waterborne infectious disease from flood. Therefore, we need to rethink the way how we deal with flood and other natural hazards. we cannot solely increase funding in flood mitigation project to be resilient. We need to integrate disaster risk reduction in our policy making and create a risk-form development. So the key term here is to integrate the disaster risk reduction. And then the disaster risk reduction investment shall be in priority in climate change adaptation, fostering a partnership to share the experience and expertise must be part of the element in disaster risk reduction to tackle the complex and global problem. So basically, the 2030 agenda for SDG recognizes and reaffirms that the urgent need to reduce the risk of disaster. In addition to the direct reference to the outcome of the third UN conference on DRR, as mentioned by Professor Azli just now on the DRR, there are specific opportunity to achieve the SDG goal, reducing the disaster risk. So on the mid of November, I was attending the 2022 National Conference on the with COP27, as mentioned by Secretary General this morning. It's the conference of the party of the UNFCCC country members to be held in the Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. So basically, among the key areas to be discussed are the climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. I think that's quite important globally. Then including the new innovation, as mentioned by Professor Ali just now, and the clean technologies, as well as the centrality of water and agriculture to the climate change crisis. So the point is we encourage the manufacturer, the investor from country, we have the clean technologies. For example, they are using the hydrogen or using the zero carbon technology. So we are giving the priority for them to invest in Malaysia in terms of adaptation and flood mitigation. So the role of science will also be highlighted on in addition of the biodiversity loss, energy transition, and decarbonization efforts and finance. So ladies and gentlemen, similar to the global development, Malaysia has also initiated the development of the integrated water resource management, as we call as IWRM, which include the integrated river basin management, RBM, and also the integrated flood management, IFM. And the last one is integrated the coastal zone management. So the big picture is on the IWRM. Then we have the IFM as the subset, and also the coastal management and also the RBM. So three components as a subset. So in order to reduce the effect of flood disaster, the National Forecasting and Warning System, which was also under GPS, we called it Praban, was been set up by the department in the year 2015. The center can forecast the 7 days in advance for our forecasting using the flood simulation program that employ 4 components, namely the detection, the prediction, the modeling, and the warning. I think we have a quite advanced technology in terms of the flood forecasting system. And for the last monsoon, it's already proven that the accuracy of our model will hit about 90% in average. So although the major advancement through the decades, the recent natural disaster event has verified the impact of climate change. That's why we have the COP27. So many flood places unexpectedly were caught underwater. Similarly, debris flow is a term that practically unheard of in the Malaysian society a few years. Last time we never heard about this debris flow. But however, due to the recent casualty and frequency of events, the debris flow has caught the attention of the Malaysian public. The tragedy hit similar places, causing fear to the local residents. Within 2 years, 4 catastrophes have been recorded at least 6 locations, causing about 21 death toll. 31 death toll, 31. So therefore, we need a new approach to solve all these challenges. Eco-hydrology, as my champion is Dr. Nolida in terms of eco-hydrology, that employ the nature-based solution that can be answer to the sustainability development. The department is also doing a pilot project on this debris flow and also the mud flow, which was I think almost completed in the district of Yan, to the flow, to Sabu Dam structure. So the way forward for us, we are exploiting the latest technology like Internet of Things, satellite, remote sensing, and the GIS. They are now much improved compared to the decade ago. The department is also looking seriously into the application of artificial intelligence, machine learning for the flight simulation and warning system. So if you have any proposal, why not you come to us, then present to the department. At least we can share the experience. So ladies and gentlemen, it's believed that you're present today to share, to discuss, and to deliberate ideas and initiative to deal with the future scenario and challenges would be timely. Your knowledge, I think your experience, your skill set again from years of managing disaster in your respective country could be fully explored and shared, and thus would be idea of many issues considering the present and future priority area of water resource management. So we need your help. So I'm looking forward to a fruitful deliberation on all the matters in the conference and hope that the topics to be discussed will produce multiple positive outcomes. And for the local participant, please take this golden opportunity to learn from our Japanese counterpart. Apply what you have learned when you get back to work. So that's the promise. So once again, I would like to take this opportunity to express my congratulations and thanks to all those who have been involved in organizing this program. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dato Engineering Sabri, for your opening remarks and encouraging us and setting the scene for the workshop today. So we would like to proceed to the nitty-gritty of this workshop, starting off with a session one, which we set this the theme as a utilization of big data and IoT for water and debris flow management. But I think some of the presentation will go beyond this topic. And I would like to also inform the speakers that I will ring the bell once, when you have 5 minutes left in your presentation, and the ring 2 times means your time is up. Hopefully you can, present all of your, knowledge and experience within your time. So our first speaker is Mr. Hiroyuki Kizaki of Shibara Institute of Technology, who will introduce to us this GTI, which stands for Global Technology Initiative Consortium, which actually is facilitating this Sangakkan Renke, the university industry government partnership. So Mr. Shizaki, if you're ready.
Thank you, Dr. Matsura, for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me to Dean Dr. Ali Saramat and Yang Berbahagia Dato Engineer Dr. Sabri, Engineer Dr. Dato Sabri. My name is nama saya Hiro Ishizaki. Sudah makan? Okay. Saya tabore. I only had chocolate and I can speak only just a little bit. Sedikit Melayu. Okay, so let me change into Japanese. I'm coming from Malaysia. I have been in Malaysia and stationed in MJIIT for 8 years, and I feel Malaysia is my second hometown. And I'm coming from Shibara Institute of Technology, one of the key member of JUC, Japan University Consortium to support MJIIT. Okay, can I click this one? Okay. Okay, so let me explain my first home country. It's Japan. So when I explain the Japanese culture, which is highly related with our collaboration with MJIT, this character is pronounced wa. That means that have multiple meanings, just a harmony or mixture or sum of calculation, and most importantly, peacefulness, collaboration, and Japanese style. When we say washoku, that means Japanese food. When we say wa food means Japanese, washoku means Japanese food. Wafu means Japanese style. So wa is a source of our origin, and so this is also generator of facilitating the collaboration with Japan and other countries. That's the reason why we are having such a partnership for 40 years through Look East policy. So now we are celebrating 40 years anniversary, and we will continue this kind of effort. Okay, this program, this special side event was triggered by GTI consortium, which Shibaura is playing a key role of administration. So this is a platform of the collaboration between UIG, university, industry, and government. Through this platform, we are working together for solving social issues and finding the solutions for the social issues. For the academic side, the member, okay, so here is a membership of the GTI consortium. You can find JICA here. JICA is supporting organization from the Japanese government to MJIIT. And IHI is also a key member of the steering committee of this GTI consortium. UTM is, of course, by nature, it's a key member, and MJIIT is also a key member of Higher Educational Association. So that's the reason why we are working together. And so this is today's timetable. We have distinguished 3 panels. The one is from DID, Department of Irrigation and Drainage. They will explain what is happening in Malaysia and elaborate what would be the future need from the societal side. Second speaker is MJIIT Disaster Prevention and Preparedness Center. So in order to elaborate what is happening, data and research should be very important. The MJIIT TPPC expert will explain their research activities about the flood disaster and reservoir sediment in Malaysia. Third is IHI Corporation. Actually, IHI is just next to Shibaura campus. So if you have a chance to go to Japan, please visit Shibaura together with IHI headquarters. IHI is a global engineering conglomerate, and actually, we have been working for the social problem issues in Indonesia last year. Then Mr. Faiji, in charge of the Asia-Pacific region, proposed a collaboration between Malaysia and Japan because he's Malaysian. Then so we discussed about this collaboration, and this event happened. Today, we have, now IHI is a key sponsor, platinum sponsor of this event, and you can see the real technology, the miniature at the exhibition. So it would be a good chance to discuss about the technology, and we can see their showcase in this event. Okay. So this was later. So this is my concern. I'm also interested in this topic because this is a news. Okay, this is a news from the local media. Just for example, it's nearly 400 billion ringgit will be needed to overcome flood issues until next century. So of course, I want to be arrived by that time, but still it's a big event, and so it's so this kind of problem should be handed to the next generation. So we have to start the solution just right now. Okay, for this year's budget, So budget discussion, this is also coming from the local news. Maybe this information should be updated with the already announced the next year's budget, but still we can see 15 billion ringgit for 8 years budget. So that means, that implies the problem is huge. The question is how to solve it. Once again, this event consists of 2 parts, okay? Yeah, one is a problem statement, and another one is a solution. So let's find the solution, let's start working for the solution through university, industry, and government collaboration between Japan and Malaysia. Thank you very much. Yes, stay here. Go back.
It's up to you. Thank you very much, Ishizaki Sensei. We would like to proceed to our second speaker, Engineer Dr. Norida Binti Mohammed Dom. She's the Deputy Director of the Humid Tropical Center, HTC, UNESCO Center of DID, who will present on smart partnerships on flood and debris flow management in Malaysia. So, Dr. Norida.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masura, members, Engineer Dr. Sabri, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation today is based on utilization of big data and the IoT for flood and debris flow management in Malaysia. Next, please. This is my outline presentation. It covers introduction, the smart partnership that I'll explain later, the IoT solutions for Malaysia, basically conclusion, the way forward. This is the example on the flood issues in Baling last 4th July 2022 in Kedah. And this is how the situations was before. This was due to flood occurred in 4th of July, and most of the debris came down to the stream of these areas. And this is after the flood mitigation processes have been conducted by the state Kedah. And if you have this photos, we can see that there's a problem statements and issue and challenges for the DID, especially in mitigating the process of this due to natural disasters, especially due to climate change that occurs currently in Malaysia and globally. And we also have 3 evacuation centers from these flood problems. 3 deaths, it covers about 109 families. It's also 1,455 flood victims that we have. And then the flooded area, about 38 areas, is due to the overflow of water from the river of Sungai Tiak and Sungai Kopang. And you can see the flood inundation is normally 0.02 to 3 meters at this area. So this is the problem, the issue that we have in Malaysia, where most of the time flood mitigation division in DID will have some financial from this Malaysia plan. So we do have by 2020 to 2025, we have a few millions, 2 billion allocation for flood mitigation. So this is the example map for the 1st July, where you can find here, this is Sungai Kopang and this is Sungai Tiak. And actually the catchment is Sungai Ketil catchment, and this is the areas that we meant for. And this is a Kampung Iboy, whereby disasters occurred during last time, 4th July. So this is the problem and issues that we have everywhere in Malaysia, especially due to debris and mud flow. So what is the smart partnerships? This is what I'm talking about today, the smart partnership that we need to focus. And if we look at on the supply chains on the public-private partnerships for the flood and debris flow management, you can see this is the flood partnerships, and it involves the long-term vision from all those partnerships from the NGOs. It covers GMG, whereby GMG is one of the agencies in Malaysia that provide some of the soil informations about disasters, and NADMA is this one of the agencies that will be helping us to mitigate basically from the area to area. And DID is the main department that will helping in the flood mitigation issues, whether we have more in water or less water. And Med Malaysia, of course, we know it covers on the weather issues. And this is very important on the private company, whereby sometimes we are full in hand in our plates that we can't manage ourselves. So we'll have a collaboration with private company. And of course, for the higher learning institutions, this is our gist and our brain that can think of something, how the solution can be get from their studies through the theories and actually through the implementations too. And in fact, all these departments actually implementing agencies, and we can see that some of the higher learning institutions, some of them would understand how to implement from the theory to implementation, but some of the higher learning institutions, they still need to understand what's going on at the private sites or the locations, disasters location. So this is very important, whereby private sector also need to help us in solving the issues on the flood mitigation, especially on the debris or flood problems. And these are the benefits, how the smart partnerships that we can get from having those partnerships within the countries. We have about four things that you can say that, of course, it will save the monies from the government. Of course, in developing the system, we need some expertise, maybe from higher learning institutions and maybe some from the private company. This is the issues, the overall performance of government agencies is very important because, yes, as you know, government agencies is not a profit makers agencies, but we need to appoint some of the private company in order to solve our problem immediately, not immediately, but at least something that they can focus to. And facilitation of data resources and sharing and investment. This is through the smart partnership that we have. And especially in reducing the disparity from government to government agencies, we do have GMG and DID, whereby sometimes the GMG, they more on the soil informations, and then those information that we can get from them will be established in our system, especially on the slope and the soil materials that we have on the ground and at the slope area. And of course, the benefits that I think is the coordination among the government agencies in developing of the IoT that I'm going to talk after this. This is one of the tips, some of the tips that we learned from NADMA. I got it from the NADMA. And this is what are the tips that we need to understand how the smart partnerships can explain, elaborate, and disseminate some of the information, like listen to the news, packing what you have in your house, evacuation center before it gets worse, and a pathway is how you can go to escape from the flood. And of course, they said, go to higher ground and save the children first before you go, and don't simply swim. This is all those information is very important in partnership, because every agency will take their parts in understanding. So this is all the tips whereby it will encourage you as the public that can understand what's going on in some of the catchment or in your town or in your country. And most of the thing, it creates the openness of the information from the government to the public or NGOs. So this is those are the informations that we understand why this partnership is very important that we need to understand. All right, the IoT solutions. This is very important on the digitalization strategies plan for public service department from 2021 to 2025 and the system architecture. This is what we have from Academic Science Malaysia, where it focus on the socioeconomic drivers and technology drivers. This is a 10 by 10 STI framework they need to understand, and most of the government agencies should understand this, how this IR 4.0 take into account in our future values. So I can see that this is all the basic information that we need to understand as the catalyst for all the IoT solutions that should be provided by the government agencies according to their functions. So this is one of the book that been published by Jabatan Pengangkatan Awam from 2021 on the digitalization strategy plan for public services. So as from that issues, we do have some of the project that be carried out by Praban. This is Praban, how it creates the overall network on how the detection has been mentioned by Datuk just now. And this is the overall system that we have in Praban. And this Praban is the center of the network of the JPS Flood Forecasting Center. And this is one example of debris and backflow system that we created especially for Cameron Highlands. We call it a debris and backflow forecasting system. I'll explain that later. And the other one is a SAPCA, SAPCA, which is purposely focuses on Gunung Jerai system. And this is how the data transmission that we carry out in Praban, where you have the input processes and the output. This is the IoT solutions, how I can explain, especially on the debris and backflow system. It covers how we created a few layers of data, such as a grading working rainfall, grid debris and backflow model, and the forecast in the spatial view. So this is how the database been connected each other in the system. And this is one of the sample of the SAPCA Gunung Jerai engine at Sabo Dam that we provided to this Sabo Dam system. And this is a soil water index that I developed for this Sabo Dam, has been adopted in the Sabo Dam. So this is one of the analysis that I carried out in Gunung Jerai for 18 August 2021 in Malaysia. This is soil water index. We need to explain that in detail later if you would like to understand more better. Thank you. All right, this is one of the sample that I snapped yesterday for the debris and mudflow warning system on the mud flood. This is one of the IoT solution I learned from MLIT Japan. Thank you very much, MLIT. And this is the latest under the supervision and monitoring warranty for these projects. And we managed to overcome to this problem, and finally it goes online smoothly right now. And if you can see, this is how the system works, where this is a snake line, snake curve. And this is the data inside, and this is the detailed calculation that I mentioned a few layers just now. And this is the overall satellite images from the dedicated location. And these are all the catchment areas that we focus on. Our conclusion and way forward. All right. We are at the learning curve. So everyone in this room is at the learning curve. Nobody will make a mistake. But for DID, we try to emphasize on this technology and learning through the learning curve. And especially now we do have AI. AI is very good. And I know Datuk just now mentioned on AI learning. And we have our officers also currently studying AI for the flood forecasting. And nevertheless, disasters is going to happen, whatever it takes. The climate change globally impact to you and the rest of the world. So we must make sure that we are still aware. We must aware. First-hand information is very important for us to understand what is happened. Don't blame the other people, but we try to do our best within the department to make sure that we do our functions. And the way forward, of course, usually I will focus on the action plan, on the medium-term action and the long-term plan action on priority areas. What do we have on the medium-term plan action is actually the maintenance work we develop, we must maintain, okay? And structural and non-structural measures are the fundamentals of the solutions. But right now, we should focus on non-structural measures, what been mentioned by just now, Dato also. We do have structural measures, but we do have non-structural measures, especially on the governance issues. And then applied research, of course, from the higher learning institutions is very important. Their brain can develop something. They know the theoretical, but we need to help them in understanding how the theory can become the implementation, can be implemented. So, okay, this is the only thing that I forgot, the Gunung Jerai just now that I mentioned. Okay, long-term plan priority areas, this is under the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. Phase 9 from 2021 to 2029. This is what we should follow, and everybody's and globally, Intergovernmental Council should focus, and we should focus in Malaysia, whether you are in a different, not from the DID or maybe from the university or from the government, other government agencies. We need to understand what are these 5 priority areas that we need to focus to help the SDG 6. Public partnership is SDG 17, and we need to understand what are these scientific research and innovations all about. We should focus on innovation, but innovation must come to the right innovation. Don't simply re-engineering, but we need to focus on the scientific research and innovation. And for the higher learning institution, we advise you to talk with the implementing agencies. What you're going to invent is supposed to be implemented by the agencies. We do not want something that will be keeping on the shelf, but we rather to have you to work together with us on the innovation part. And of course, this is our priority areas number 2. Water education in the fourth industrial revolution is very important, because you must tell people. You created, you must tell people. You develop, you must tell people. So you can't keep yourself what you have. You must tell people you have this and you have that. So people will know. People will know what you have, because you don't want that once people say you don't have this. Yes, I don't have that, but you don't inform people. So this is water education is something we need to educate people, educate everybody at every levels to understand what are important on the water education for people to understand, especially during this post-industrial revolution. We do have plenty of things. We have IoT solutions. We do have VR. We have AR. So those are very important. We need people to understand, not only for structural measures, but we need to focus on non-structural measures. And number 3, bridging the data knowledge gap. This is very important. You let people to do whatever they need. You let people whatever they want to do. It's a free world. It's a free country. Like what I've developed last time for the breeze and flow forecasting back in 2000. But I learned from Japanese, and some of them says, what am I doing? So you see now, due to global climate change, debris and mud flow is the main problem that currently in Malaysia just now due to more rain. Because of climate change, of those things. So you must see what you can see for the future needs. This is what the post-industrial revolution and IoT. All right, this is bringing the data knowledge gap. And of course, as what been mentioned by Dato' Sabri just now, IWRM. IWRM is very important. Inclusive water management under conditions of climate change. This is very important because you can prevent the tomorrow's rain. You can't prevent whatever tomorrow's thunderstorm. It will come from Siberia and then suddenly came to Japan and go to Philippines and go to Vietnam, and then it will hit Malaysia from the south to the northern and maybe to Sabah and Sarawak. So inclusive water management under conditions of climate change is very important. We need to understand why the IoT can help us to understand why, how this global climate change that we can tackle. Especially if there's tomorrow's 7 days flood is coming, we need to understand. We need to understand our solution, how we do the solutions. We need to bring people to go to other places rather than we just waiting and go to high hill. So if we say that go to the other places. So we just have to follow. But in Malaysia, we don't have that yet. Our focus, yes, it will be 7-day forecast and 2 days warning. But we need to do that better in future. All right, the priority areas number 5, water governance. Water governance is a big issue in Malaysia, and also not Malaysia, it's also for other countries. Based on science for mitigation, based on adaptation, and based on resilience. So we have to be resilient. That's why we will say that living in flood. So that means that we need to adapt. We need to adapt what's going on. But if you don't want to be living in a flood, go somewhere else. Go to somewhere else. So just don't wait to the other people to tell to you. So resilience is very important. So resilience is very important because you need to understand and say yes, not to say that kerana Allah, but resilience means that you can overcome, you can solve your problem, you can take care of yourself. Your department can take care of yourself. This is the resilience that meant for. And I think that's all from my presentation today, Dr. Masura. Thank you very much. So please contact me if you want more or further information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Norida, for your insightful presentation. I think for people who are new to the water resource management issues in Malaysia, it was a very good introduction to get a good overview of the situation. Carrying on, our third presenter is Ms. Livia Binti Lahad and Ms. Siti Saima Binti Abdul Rahman, our PhD students at MGIT. They're also actually DID officers as well. They're pursuing their PhD with us. And they will present on their research on flood disaster and reservoir sedimentation issues in Malaysia. So if you can start your presentation.
Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to everyone. So my name is Livia Binti Lahad. I am working with DID and currently I am pursuing, I am postgraduate student in MJIT. So this evening I will present about river flood characteristics of Kota Belud before and after the earthquake. So on 5th June 2015, Ranau in Sabah has experienced strong earthquake with the magnitude of 5.9 and 130 aftershocks recorded until April 2006, reported by Met Malaysia. Actually, this was the strongest earthquake after the 1976 earthquake also occurred in Sabah. The shaking has caused massive landslides around Mount Kinabalu. Tremors occurred in neighboring districts, including in Kota Belud. So this is the view of Mount Kinabalu from Kota Belud. Kota Belud is located in the state of Sabah, which is in the East Malaysia. It's about 70 kilometers north from Kota Kinabalu city. The bottom left is the river network of the district. Kedamaian River and Wariu River is the main river in Kota Belud. The research catchment area is 850 kilometers square. There are 3 rainfall stations in the districts and 2 river flow stations, which are located, one in the Kedamaian River and another one in Wariu River. So the impact of the debris flow because of the earthquake can be seen in all river stretches in the rivers. So there is a severe erosions in the upstreams of the river. There are many boulders you can see in the area, while in the midstreams there are erosions and depositions, and downstream areas depositions and sedimentations, which is the Kota Belud town is located at the downstreams area. So this the flood occurred during the October 2017. This photo shows the paddy fields areas flooded. Actually, Kota Belud is a agricultural area which focus in paddy and rice industry. It has about 8,000 hectares of paddy field. So this table shows the flood events occurred in Kota Belud from 2010 to 2020. So from 2010 to 2015, the flood events and days of flood is increased double in 2016 to 2020. So why is the flood events increasing during these times? Is it increase in precipitations, or is this because of earthquake? So we have to check this one, and also the days of flood, it increasing. It seems like there is a longer times to make the flood subside. The news article in the right side is the recent flood events after the 2015 earthquake. This is the rainfall trends for the rainfall stations in Kota Belud. There are 3 stations: is Dalas, Tamu Darat, and Rainfall. So this is from the first established of each of the rainfall stations. As we can see from the annual rainfall, the trend is increasing over the years. So we are expecting there will be more precipitations in the future. So for this particular research, to do the comparisons between before and after the earthquake, we will see the 2010 to 2020. So from here, this is the annual rainfall of 11 years from 2010 to 2020. From here, we can see the rainfalls decrease over the years, including from the average annual rainfall. This is the river peak flow recorded during flood events in Kota Belud. In 2010 to 2015, there is a number of 10 flood events, and 2016 to 2020, 18 flood events. So the peak flow is shown in the right table. So from 2010 to 2015, the average peak flow and mean flow of both the Kedamaian and Wariu river flow is higher compared to the 2016 to 2020. So this means that the river flow in both rivers are decreasing. So this is some of the graphs of river flows during the flood event, corresponding to the rainfall of each event. So this is shows from September, October, and December flood in 2010. And this one shows the river flows for flood events in October and December 2017 and in 2020. So for the conclusions, average annual rainfall in 2016 to 2020 is less than the average annual rainfall in 2010 to 2015. This means that it is not because of the higher precipitations that makes the flood occur frequently in Kota Belud. So the average peak and mean river flow decreased after 2015. So factors determining the slower river flow is because of the sediments transported after the earthquake. Sediment mass discharge significantly affect the flow velocity of the river. So when sediment mass discharge increase, the flow velocity decrease. So as the result of the sedimentations, the river channels become broader and flat, and river become shallow and easily flood. So for these findings, it could be concluded that the factor of the frequent flood in Kota Belud is because of the sedimentations. So this photo was taken on February this year. So although 7 years have passed after the earthquake, we can still see the impact of the earthquake in the river in Kota Belud. So the sedimentations problem will still be a problem in years to come. So thank you for your attention. My friend will continue the next presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Divya. Assalamualaikum, good evening and konnichiwa to everyone. My name is Siti Saimah binti Abdul Rahman. I'm a PhD student from MJJIT. Currently, I'm working as civil engineer in DID Malaysia. Today, I will present a part of my study, evaluation of reservoir sedimentation for embankment dams in Malaysia. So there have 104 dams in Malaysia, where 83 dams in Peninsular Malaysia and 21 dams in Malaysia, which is 41 dams classified as a high-risk dam and 83 categorized as a large dam. Figure 1 shows the dams in Peninsular Malaysia, which is the star one is a flood mitigation dam. Only 16 dams for flood mitigation, which is located only in Peninsular Malaysia, and all are embankments dam. This is figure 2 shows the dam incident in Malaysia. There are no dams break cases reported in Malaysia. Figure 2 shows dam incident in Malaysia since 1970, Bukit Panchor Dam in Pulau Pinang. And the recent one in 2013, Sultan Abu Bakar Dam, which is figure 3 shows the dam incident impact due to sedimentation. This one is picture for Sultan Abu Bakar dams. Next is the reservoir sedimentation impact, which is shows figure 4 shows the process of reservoir sedimentation. This one shows the new dam construction, and then after several years, sedimentation that is near the sediment design life. This one shows the sediment delta in the dam reservoir, and then it will cause dam outlet works burial. Next shows the major impact of reservoir sedimentation. Figure 5 shows the profile of reservoir sedimentation, which is this one shows the upstream of sedimentation at dam area, where the particles is more coarse, which is gravel and sand. At downstream area is more fine particles, clay and silt. This one is sediment that deposit in the dam reservoir behind the dam. Next, figure 6 shows the worldwide observed reservoir sedimentation rates, which is from this figure shows Tanzania have the highest sedimentation rate, 3.27, above average 0.96. Figure 7 shows the reservoir sedimentation rate in Asia, which is sediment rate for Malaysia is 0.79. Figure 8 shows the storage reduction in 2050 for Asia, which is Malaysia forecast reduce of storage about 57% in 2050. Figure 9 shows the sedimentation with severe classification, which is annual storage losses above 2% is considered extreme. Figure 10 shows the annual storage loss of selected reservoir in Malaysia, which is these 3 dams, Bukit Merah, Anak Andau, Pontian, have reduce of sedimentation storage. Bukit Merah, Anak Andau, and Pontian is under flood mitigation dam. So next is the reservoir sedimentation issue and challenge, which is sedimentation is hazardous to reservoir that will reduce water storage capacity, and it will critical during extreme precipitation events and will cause potential risk of dam break due to insufficient storage capacity. And it will cause catastrophic flooding disaster to the downstream area of the dam. So in my study, sampling site is Batu Dam. Batu Dam located in Gombak, Selangor. This is Batu Dam Reservoir, which is located in the Klang River catchment. This is the component of the Batu Dam, control intake structure, dam crest, spillway, and also steering basin. Okay, a little bit about historical flooding in Kuala Lumpur. Figure 13 shows the historical flooding in Kuala Lumpur since 2006 and 1971, which major flooding is 1971. This one in Dataran Merdeka. Next, that's why to prevent flooding in Kuala Lumpur, Batu Dam was constructed in 1987. Figure 15 shows the flood-prone area. This one is a schematic diagram for Kuala Lumpur flood mitigation, which is Batu Dam is one of the component of KLFM. Okay, why Batu Dam choose in this study? Because Batu Dam is near Kuala Lumpur city center, capital city of Malaysia, only 16 kilometers from KL. And then Batu Dam is considered high risk dam and large dam. And Batu Dam, sorry, okay, is the flood mitigation and water supply dam. Highest flood mitigation dam about 44 meters, and the length is 550 meters. This shows the downstream of the Batu Dam, very highly dense population. This is Batu Dam. Figure 19 shows the cross-section profile of Batu Dam, which is Batu Dam is an upfill dam. So next is the bathymetric survey. Shows this one is bathymetric survey. Shows the collapse of bank that contribute sediment in Batu Dam reservoir. This one shows the deepest area of Batu Dam. So based on bathymetry, it reported they have a sediment at the upstream area of Batu Dam. This one shows the potential areas of sedimentation. And based on the aerial photo, it shows the sedimentation at the river mouth of Batu River. This close-up of the sedimentation at upstream Batu Dam. This one shows the sedimentation. This one is Batu River. So based on satellite image, this is a satellite image on 2010. This is Mendam. This is shows the sedimentation, and it's more severe in 2014. This sedimentation area, and this is 2017. There has a vegetation at the sedimentation, and this is the latest image on 2022. So based on sedimentation, based on former safety inspection report, shows that they have sediment sand accumulate at the lowest stream at the intake tower of Batu Dam. Figure 34 shows the causes of sedimentation at Batu Dam. This one, gully erosion and development area at upstream Batu Dam. So I want to share a previous study for Batu Dam, especially for sedimentation. Study by Tian Kim Tai in 2016 for sediment sampling shows that Batu River transport more than 75% of sediment, that 99% are categorized coarse material, and which is sand, and accumulate at river mouth area of Batu Dam. Next is the satellite image study compared with bathymetric survey done by Noor Ashken alias in 2018, which reported loss capacity at 7.31 million cubic meter, which was 23% loss of original life storage. This is the summary of previous study, which is for design study, annual sediment trap. Design for Batu Dam is 0.04 million cubic meter. So for my final slide, finding is this one show the storage revised elevation storage curve versus design elevation storage curve. Shows this one is design, this one 2013, this one 2017. This one is the periodic bathymetric survey to monitor storage and sediment in Batu Dam. So as conclusion, volume of sediment is 13.6 million cubic meter, which reported reduce of storage reduction about 37%, with annual sediment trap per year is 0.445 million cubic meter. That's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Livia and the city, for your presentation. Your research is definitely, the IWRM, where you not only preventing flood by controlling the water resource, but also utilization you have to consider. Yeah, this is very relevant to what we're trying to, discuss in our workshop today. Our fourth presenter for this session is Dr. Shinsuke Matsuno, General Manager of Strategic Planning Department, IHI Corporation, Japan, who will present on IHI's activities on water management in the present and future. So may I invite Dr. Matsuno to give his presentation.
So, Professor Matsuro, thank you for introducing myself. And first of all, I have to apologize because I couldn't send out my presentation material to the coordinators because it was too heavy. So I have to make a presentation only by left-hand side projector. So it's especially sincerely apologize to the people sitting on the right-hand side, but I will do my best on my presentation using this projector. So thanks so much for having us today. My name is Shin Matsuno, coming from IHI Corporation, Japan. We are very much excited and honored to be here. And I'd like to present the titled IHI's activities on water management in the present and future. So actually, if you joined the session in the morning, probably you have heard the introduction of my company profile. So I'd like to skip non-sexy part, and I'd like to just focus on the point. So my company was founded in 1853. So we are 170 years old, starting from shipbuilding in Japan. And then in the meantime, we have expanded our business area to the 4 categories as shown here, including energy, industrial machinery, social infrastructure, and the aerospace. So the point is, if you look at the the energy side, our major products is fossil-fired coal-fired power plant, the top charger for automotive as a industrial machineries, and the jet engine in the aerospace. So 3 of them, all of them driven by fossil fuel. So actually, that means we have to rebuild our business initiative and the future because of climate change. So 2 years ago, IHI has built a new agenda for potential growth business in the future. And one of them is a maintenance and disaster prevention area. So I'm doing the direction of this area in the corporate side. So the IHI has been working with people in Malaysia for a long time, but mostly working on the energy sector, including gas turbines or boilers or something like that. So the only one record I could find out was in this area was radial gate for the dam in the northern part of Malaysia in 1980s. So our contribution is, I would say, not enough in this area to Malaysia. So based on this background, I'd like to show you my first dream to be achieved in Malaysia in near future. So it would be the durian, because actually there is the opportunity to eat durian in Japan is very, very, very limited. We have never seen this king of fruits in a supermarket or in any restaurant or anywhere. That's why he is a very famous YouTuber in Japan, and he reported in his video so how it smells or how it tastes or something like that. And actually it recorded 5 million times view in Japan. So many people are interested in such kind of fruit. So I definitely want to try durian in the best season here first. But recently I have heard some news about durian. So that this article says, so a lot of agricultural crops was destroyed by floods and heat this year. So the knowledgeable person said the farmers were hit with a double whammy effect. Their crops will be hit by severe floods, followed immediately by long periods of drought. So this kind of double effect is a kind of topic for our activities, because we can see the similar situation even in Japan recently. So this is the so-called hazard map in Higashi Omi City in Japan, where we are now constructing a new irrigation system. So the hazard map shows we can see some pink and red area, which shows a relatively high risk of flood and inundation here, roughly 3 meter, 4 meter inundation risk around this river. However, every year, this year dried up in spring because of the agriculture water usage. So the water scarcity happens many times here, and at the same time, they have a risk of flood and inundation. So, and probably this is the common risk in the future, especially in Asian area. So this is the IPCC report recently published. On the left-hand side means is projected, is flood risk. The right-hand side is drought risk. So, and if we look at Asian area, so we can see the both flood and the drought risk at the same time. So the report says approximately 10% of the global land area is projected to face increases in both extreme high and low river flows in the same location. So this means mostly Asian part, including Southeast Asia, China, India, and even Japan. So against such kind of a double risk of the water stress, I'd like to show you at the moment what IHI has about this kind of water stress, water management. So IHI is basically a kind of engineering and constructing company. So we can provide, for example, spillway for the dam or a sluice gate, sometimes a barrage, and a control system of such kind of water facilities. So I'd like to show you a video which shows the construction history of record of the Yamba Dam, which was completed in 2019 upstream of Tone River, which flows through Tokyo area. So the dam is over 100 million tons, so relatively large ones, and the IHI contributed to build this kind of radial gate. So we can design and construct such kind of huge spillways which can endure the high pressure and relatively in a short time over the construction. So, and this is just an accident, but Yamba Dam was and the Tokyo area was hit by a big typhoon in 2019, just after the completion of this Yamba Dam. So the first debut of our new dam was the very tough situation against the huge typhoon, but it works very well and protected the downstream area around Tokyo. So also we are doing not only new dam and spillway, but updating the existing dam. So this is an example of the Tsuruta Dam located in Kyushu area. So the in Japan, dam capacity is basically categorized into its objectives. So in this case, a part of the water capacity is for flood control. Another part is for power generation. And in case of Tsuruta Dam, the gate was originally located this height. So the this purple area is called dead water, so which cannot be used effectively. So in this case, we added another spillway lower than the original one, and as a result, we could increase the water capacity through the dam from the 75 million to the 98 million tons. On the other hand, IHI Group can provide a sensing and monitoring technologies. So the first example is Poteka, which is very much compact weather monitoring system. And we are actually exhibiting this Poteka and the system to the on the table IHS booth just outside of the door. So please come over to the booth and stop by to check it. So we also we already installed 1,000 of Poteka, which contains a solar panel and a communication system. So it's really cabling free system. You just put it, turn on the switch, and down. So you can put it as you want, anywhere you want, and the data is coming up to your iPhone app or website or something like that. It's very useful system. Also, we are now testing the water level gauge in Kuala Lumpur here, which is called 3R water level gauge, low cost, long life, localized sensors. So we are now testing the gauge with Emulate in Japan to check how our level gauge works and how to match the Malaysian regulations. So another challenge, another activity is irrigation side. So as I introduced before, we are now installing new irrigation administration system for irrigation in the Higashiyama city. So we are now digitalizing the administration work of the agricultural field here over 7,000 hectares to check the water level or flow rate and the pump and the sluice gate at one stop on the desktop monitor by the operator with the as well as the remote operating system for sluice gate and the pump. So we can reduce the workforce to administrate the wide, large irrigation area. So another exhibition by IHI on the table is JBrain, which is a smart operation and maintenance system for sluice gate. We are taking care of the sluice gates in Japan, hundreds sluice gates every year. So using this system, we can gather all of information about inspection or maintenance or anything to one system. And if you need, you can communicate with the inspector in the remote site in Tokyo, for example, and communicate in the real time using wearable machines. So this is the final slide from myself. So probably in Japan, we are promoting the new initiative about water management, which is called the River Basin Disaster Resilience and Sustainability by All. So probably the part of this initiative is maybe like this. So HI is now providing some the elements of the this figure. So for example, dam or reservoir systems, sometimes water storage or sluice or something like that. But in this initiative, we have more wider vision, including green infrastructure close to nature, just like paddy field or farms, lake, forest, anything. And maybe we could integrate all of elements by a kind of IoT system, including weather prediction on the monitoring system. So we are looking at this kind of system. So, however, as I showed in my presentation, IHI still have some elements of the total system. So such kind of system cannot be established only by us. So we need a kind of collaboration between the university, industry, and the government together. And so let's work together and make that happen. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsuno. I'm sure that some of the products and the technology you've introduced in your presentation would be helpful and applicable in Malaysia as well. In fact, maybe that's one of the reasons why we actually sent our Masters of Disaster Management student just last August to visit their new facility that's will train people on automated water gate system and also on disaster risk management. So we hope that we could indeed collaborate in this area. So we'll proceed to the panel discussion where, we will give you opportunities to ask questions to any of our speakers. So may I ask the speakers, all the speakers for the session 1 to come up to the stage? And our facilitator for this panel discussion is Ishizaki Sensei from Shibara Institute of Technology. So with the mic. And
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsura, for the kind of coordination. And is there any question from the audience so far? Actually, I also have many questions, but so far not yet. Okay, then, so this session is about the collaboration between university and industry and government. From your background, do you have, so I want to ask a question to each other. So do you have any like a technical or research expectation or experience to work together? Just for example, from the government to the industry or research institute, just like MJIT, what is the expectation to solve such kind of like like a flood or like a debris or sediment issue. So can I ask a question to doctor first? To the government side first? What? Government, yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you for the question. All right. I'm coming from the Department of Irrigation and Drainage. Our functions is to take care of when we have more water and when we have less water. So from your questions just now, what is our expectations that coming from the higher learning institutions, whereby some of the issues that we had at ground where we construct our structures, like just now we have two presenters from, actually they are from the Department of Irrigation and Drainage. They try to solve the issues on the sedimentation. And sedimentation is a big issues in Malaysia's catchment, solely and currently due to the governance and the climate change. All right. At the same time, we do receive more problem during monsoon period and maybe during the inter-monsoon period. So our expectations to the higher learning institution is actually they supposed to communicate with us what are they doing at the higher learning institutions, especially on the sediment issues. Sediment issues is something that nobody's can predict the how much it is going to be down, even though theoretically you have all those equations or not. But for example, at the Kedah area, we have an issues on catchment management, such as how we would like to protect our environment. But it's something that from the higher learning institution, they have, in otherwise, try to make the students understand what is the governance, what is the eco-hydrology that they should understand, because in future, they will be the designers and they will be the developers, and they also will be the managers. So those are the things that we would like to see, how the higher learning institutions can help us from the bottom, not from the secondary school, maybe from the secondary school is later, but at the higher learning institution, they should learn how difficult is the implementing agency want to manage their project, especially on their development at a certain catchment, because the issues surrounding issues that we receive, especially if you can see from rubbish, people's litter everywhere, and then sediment is everywhere in the river. So those kind of knowledge, what do you call it? Something, the understanding how this student can love the nature, to make sure they learn everything. And then the sedimentation is something, one of the issues too. And they have to see how they can help the government agencies to understand the environmental issues, to make sure that there's less sediment. Of course, there will be a sediment traveling from upstream to downstream, but we need to manage it properly. And these young engineers should be our future designers, future managers, and future implementers.
Thank you, the engineer, Dr. Norida. So your expectation is more communication. That's right. Especially in terms of sedimentation, just like because you are facing the difficulty in developing the catchment. So maybe, so please think, okay, so what is the expectation or maybe the collaboration to the government or industry from the university side? Okay, please, please. Do you have there? You can cut the microphone first?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, for me as a representative from university, from UTM, and also government from DID, because I work as civil engineer in DID Malaysia. So for me, is the good collaboration is to access the recent data, because some data that I need to analysis is not easy to get the data, not because I cannot get the permission, because it take times to get the data. For example, the sedimentation need to do a sampling and also to do lab testing and so on, especially and then for example, bathymetric survey, it need to times to survey and to get the data, and for me to analysis the data. That's all.
You, any other comment from you as well? Okay, from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I also love with collaborations with government to government. For like for flood forecastings. For DID, we only have the point rainfall data. So it's good if we have the radar or satellite, something
Radar.
like that. So I believe we are working together with Met Malaysia and also with Japan for geospatial data for the hydraulic and analysis something. Yeah. So I think the working have to be strengthened more.
Okay, in terms of the data collection, so you are also facing the difficulties in terms of the timeliness or time taken. Just for example, you need to get the samples from the river and test it. So this is one of the issues in terms of sediment. And maybe you also mentioned that the IoT could be a solution, and IoT should be implemented. So on the other hand, here is a demand about the data or technology or communication. And on the other hand, we have like a technical supplier, just like the industry side. And Dr. Matsuno mentioned some technologies, just like a Poteca or a 3L or a new system for irrigation or G-Brain. So of course, not everything is applicable to these issues, but would you please mention some like potential for applying these kind of technologies to the maybe a flood or sediment or anything? Dr. Matsuno, please give the microphone to him.
Thank you so much, Ishizaki-san. So yes, I believe that some part could be possible for IHI to contribute the future issue about disaster adaptation, and according to our experience in Japan, at the same time, so it's sometimes too difficult to share the data with some other different parts of the area. So I introduced the Japan's initiative, the basin sustainable basin resilience by all. But in that case, the data owner is quite separated in Japan. Data about rivers, data about a paddy field, data about the kind of sewage system or something like that. So the basic idea is to integrate all of the data into the one system to optimally operate the water system in the basin. But in reality, the data owner are quite different depending on the part. So, and the private company cannot do solve this kind of problem.
Like a data ownership or data management.
Yes. So we like to expect this kind of role to the government or maybe university. So yes, so the many people say data is categorized in two areas. One is collaborative layers. Another one is competitive
compatible layers.
Mm.
So, but about collaborative layer, the private company cannot step into that area as a first penguin. So the private company are likely to look each other, and we actually freeze to move forward. So that is my concern, and yes, message from myself.
Thank you very much. Quite an interesting situation. So here is an issue, here is a technology, but now we are facing the kind of operational issue, just like data ownership, maybe a communication, maybe how to share the method. So this kind of collaboration would be the next step for solving this kind of issues together. Okay, can I get back to Dr. Norida? And you also mentioned about the Pravan technologies, which going to like a step by step, like data collection and forecast, data center management and dissemination. You mentioned the Pravan technology, right? Yes. So would you please explain what is the maybe midterm target to implement such kind of technology, or it is already implemented and working perfectly? What is the status of the Pravan technology and IoT implementation to the current issues?
All right, thank you for the question. I'll try to link on my, I think, issues and problem to what I've developed. Actually, throughout these initiatives, basically what we have internally, we have the basic theory. We have the basic theories, and then once we saw there was a successful stories from the other countries, such as Japanese, like what we did for our debris and flow forecasting system. We have that initiative to adapt some kind of whatever formula that been suggested by the Japanese MLIT. And we do the calibration with the local data, which is Cameron Highland local data. And the difficulties was the formula was good and right. It's just that during the development of this integrated component on a certain module here and there were some issues, especially on this capacity of this technology transfer, not the technology transfer, it's an expertise on the development of the program module by module. So I'm the developer of the debris and mud flow model, but I pass my model to the programmer, the software programmer and the developer. So the problem is they didn't get the right formula to be transferred to the software. That were the issues that we've been trying to solve for this at the debris and mud flow. Because I know my formula was correct, was right, it should be run properly, but we do not know because I'm an engineer and the other parties, they are the programmer. I can't read their software's coding. So that's my problem. So we need them to understand what were the calculation. So it means that whoever who wants to develop the software, engineering software, they also must understand the basic knowledge of these hydrologic functions or something like that. Yes, I do have my experience in developing programming, especially during my first degree for trend basis. Maybe currently they have C++. So we do have that, but we can't really enter as what the programmer was, you know. So that's my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Like maybe like a miscommunication between your formula or model and the programmers. So once again, this is more like a not technical issues, but more operational issues. So once again, the collaboration and communication is very important. Okay, so maybe the sediment issues, we only have 5 minutes. So you Dr. C.T. Simon mentioned that the storage reduction of the dam is 36% because of the sediment, right? So why is it happening, the capacity decrease in the dam due to the sediment? And how do you need to solve the reduction of the storage capacity?
Okay, thank you, sir. So regarding sedimentation in dam reservoir, they have a reduction that I presented previous, about 36%. So time to time, the dam operator will monitor the reservoir sedimentation, and also because that one is sedimentation due to the erosion and the upstream development at the downstream, at the upstream area. So maybe the reported for to the local authority for law enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for your information, Dr. Matsuno mentioned about the solution for increasing the dam capacity by adding the additional outlet. So you can discuss about that kind of technology later. So due to the time limitation, we are almost coming to the end, but I want to ask an opportunity. I want to share the opportunity to the audience. Is there any question from you or question or expectation? Anything? Please, please. Please grab the microphone, please. Okay.
Presenters for a very interesting afternoon. I just have two specific questions. One is on the Kotabalut talk. You see the rainfall the decrease, right? And did you also study the land use pattern around there? Has there been a change in the land use? Has there been a greater agriculture compared to before the earthquake? This is one of the questions, because that can lead to the change of the rainfall pattern and also the greater sedimentation into the river. And to the last IHI slideshow on the future of the water management, I was so impressed. Are all your hills really so beautiful without any buildings on it? Thank you very much.
Okay, the first question goes to the Dr. Livia, please.
Thank you very much for the questions. About the land use, yeah, I already investigate the land use in Kota Belud. Basically, on the upstreams, there is no changes, much changes. It's still forest. So only in the downstream area is maintain the paddy field agriculture area. So basically, there is no significant changes in the land use for the 10 years, for these 10 years. Yeah.
Okay, Dr.
Thanks so much for your comment. And actually, I forgot to comment about this. So my first dream is to have a durian here, but my second one is to contribute to the water management in Malaysia. So this is what I wanted to say, first of all. So actually, yes. So the river system resilience by all is a very good concept, but there is a lot of issue in Japan. We have just started the activity toward this, but probably people will have to connect each of the element by the IoT or something like that. So this is the big challenge also to IHI.
One more question? Can we finish? Okay, one more question from the audience, please.
Hello, I'm Ismail from Malaysian Civil Defense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation just now. I'm impressed with the result, but we have the expertise of each agency and have a high impact research, but each of the studies and expertise cannot be adapted in one system that can make easier for the stakeholder to make a decision. So how?
Stakeholders make the decision, right? Okay, so how about Dr. Norida? Do you have any comment from the governmental side? Dr. Norida, do you have any comment from the governmental side in terms of the decision making, or even Dr. Sabri, any comment? What the question? Question once again, please.
Yeah, we have the lot. We have the expertise and we have a good research from the industry, from university and the agency. But then all the information cannot be conclude to adapt in one system to make easier for the stakeholder to make a decision.
Okay, just a moment, please. Dr. Sabri, please.
Yeah, thank you for that good question. Actually, as I mentioned just now, we as a technical agency, we have the expertise. But at the same time, we really need the feedback through NGO, through university about current issue. That's why you have to be alert on the current issue. Let's say we have a problem in flood, we have problem in drought. So the issue is being played by the media, then we have the agency will handle the issue. But at the same time, we have collaboration with university through MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and also with NGO. So with that MOU, you can spell out what are your opinion to solve the issue. So the question is, we cannot solve the issue with one solution. We have to go case by case. For example, like flood. So as mentioned just now, I really need your expertise on AI and also for the machine learning. So that kind of thing, the university must come to us through the MOU, then propose to us which are the best method to issue to use that technology to solve the issue. That's why government has encouraged the university, the construction player to come back to us to propose the new technology. How we going to leverage the innovation and the new technology. So that's my point lah. We cannot solve it in one system, but case by case. But you can come back to us, propose your solution to us using the latest technology and innovation. That's why we have MOU with Memorandum of Understanding. But same time, you still can have a collaboration with the foreign industry player.
Yes, that's okay.
That's why you saw the presentation by Dr. just now.
That's now, yeah.
Talking about the 15 billion. So actually that one is a good opportunity for the industry player and for the university to come up to us to propose the best technology, because we will implement it using the design build. It's not conventional. So the contractor appointed can propose to us whatever technology that they can propose. Then if the technology is accepted, we can do the construction. So you have a good time
for making a presentation, make a proposal.
Yeah, because the 15 billion we will be this next year. So where we appoint the contractor, you must come to the contractor, propose your technology. So that one good opportunity for university and for the industry player.
Thank you, Dato. Okay, sorry. So thank you, Dato. Engineer Sabri for answering in a nutshell, the specific countermeasure will be required one by one. And now we have a budget to solve such kind of situation through the collaboration. Okay, thank you very much. End of the session. So as Doctor mentioned, that the collaboration is very important. Communication is important. Technology is here, idea is here, solution is here. So I hope this is just the end of the session, but just the beginning of the more communication and collaboration. Thank you very much, Dr. Matsura, and thank you very much for everybody for coming to this session. So this is the end of the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for the presenters from session 1. We would like to proceed to this group photo. You don't have to do anything, just keep seated. I think our cameraman will come to the front. You can go back to your seats. Thank you. And I'm sorry to tell you that we cannot really break for coffee or refreshments. So you can one by one go to the lobby and enjoy your refreshments when you can. And please also approach the washroom if you need to go as well. So yes, please. Okay. Please smile or please. Yes, we'll share you these photos as proof that you're working today, actually, not just enjoying coffee and yeah, and some food. Yes, so I think some of you might be still interested in the works that IHI is engaging on. And as I've mentioned, they have a booth outside. You can actually enjoy some of the demos and the equipments that they brought from Japan. Okay, so yes, we would like to proceed to the session 2. Session 2 is entitled, the theme is on disaster response and risk reduction using satellite technology and constellation partnership, basically about remote sensing technologies, and we would like to explore what kind of activities our next speakers are engaged in as far as application to disaster risk reduction and management is concerned. Again, I would like to inform the speakers that I will ring the bell once when you have 5 minutes left, and 2 times when your time is over. Our first presenter is Dr. Naoki Sakai, Principal Senior Researcher of National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, or NIED. He's actually also one of our MDRM, the Masters of Disaster Risk Management. I think there's a flyer on your desk. He's one of our lecturers, longtime collaborator with MGIT. And his presentation title is on the front lines of disaster response over a broad area using satellite constellations. So Dr. Sakai, if you can approach. Okay, so yes, yeah. Yes, if you need to go to the washroom, maybe now it's the time. Yeah, 2 minutes. Yes.